ක්‍රියාශීල් සමාගමේ සභාපති ඩෙන්සිල් පර්සන් මහතාද සහභාගී වුණා. ලොව සුප්‍රසිද්ධ ඇමරිකානු ඉංජිනේරුමය තාක්ෂණ සමූහ ව්‍යාපාරයකට අයත් ෂීල්ඩ් සමාගම චීනයෙන් ඉවත්ව ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ආයෝජනයට එක්ව සිටිනවා. එහි ආයෝජන වටිනාකම ඇමරිකානු ඩොලර් මිලියන 8.5.
There's no flavor. Your food sucks. I want to poison him so bad. We could use these. I've been thinking of witchcraft practice. Hey, what's going on here? Hey, he saw us, you fool. He saw us my food. What does that do? I'll take the blame. What? No, you're doing it as a flavor. Oh, as a flavor. How does it work? Dip in. Like this? What's this supposed to burn people alive? Oh, what is this? It burns. Aha, Josh. Aha, Josh. I like it. What? Let me try this one too. That one dries out your body. Oh, what sauce was that? It's so salty. I feel dehydrated. Sorry. Soy. And what is that? That is a Worcester. Worcester? Oh, it tastes like poison. Sir, you want something to cleanse your palate? Yeah, pepper and salt. He just said prepare his salt. Okay, you run, I'll distract him. Hurry, let's go. Take that, Your Highness. Catch up. Heinz ketchup. There's no flavor. Your food sucks.
Others will join, right? You also. Oh, mhm. All right, we'll start, no? When they come, they can join. Good morning. Sagar, can you hear me? Thank you. I've shared the question on your WhatsApp. I'll get you a print, but till then, can you read? I sent you a document. Get me 3 copies of document. Done reading? Right. So what I'm going to do in this revision is, okay, I'll be taking you through questions overall, right, which will help you prepare for you to face, the exam questions. Now, unlike other papers, APM is very different in the way they ask. Okay, it's not direct, right? Or you have to pay attention to the theory plus the content in the scenario, right? I will show you a few questions where you can easily get misled and think they're asking for oranges, where are they asking for tornadoes, it can be totally something different, right? The way they word it. I mean, the way they word in the sense it's English, but sometimes we misunderstand. The moment we see the name of a theory or a model, right, we think they're asking something else, not. So that practice is what you need. Because I know theory you will be, okay, but by the time, you go through 4-5 months of studies, you'll be okay, right? And at professional level, you definitely know how to write and things like that. But what exactly to write, that is where you get caught. That is what we need to polish, right? So let's see. So if you take this question, so it's about manufacturing, right? And in APM, always pay attention to mission statement of the organization. Now, here also they talk about shareholder wealth, right? Normally, 99% of the time, there's a question on KPIs, mission, critical success factor, right? Goals, how they are connected, what kind of measures we need to bring in, right? That is because that is the subject end of the day, the core of the subject. So you need to pay attention to that and look at the question from that business perspective. That knowledge you should have. If they are talking about chocolates, okay, it's confectionaries, sweets, right? Pros and cons. How does the business operate? Who will eat chocolate? That bit of business knowledge is important, right? Because it's about performance, no? Right? Like I always say, last ball 6 runs, whom do you send? Right? Is it Malinga or Jayasuriya? Okay, you can't say Michael Schumacher. We are talking about cricket here, and like that. So depending on what type of business they are in, we should be able to advise. It's raining. You're selling ice cream, your friend is selling umbrellas. The decisions you're making are totally different. You understand? So according to that is how you make decision, the kind of business that you are in. So little bit about this business knowledge, business acumen is very important, right? So that you gain over a period through reading, by working for companies, isn't it? Right? I'm not saying you need to have detailed knowledge, but a fair bit of knowledge, right? Okay, let's look at this now. A part, how many questions are there? Huh? No, 14 marks. Yeah, that's fine. I'm asking how many questions are there in A part? Yeah, 2 questions, right? Number 1, advice why decisions such as what size of chocolate factory to build must include consideration of risk and uncertainty. That is 1. Advise SCY decisions must include consideration of risk and uncertainty. That's the question, isn't it? Advise why decisions must include consideration of risk and uncertainty. Any new business, any new initiative must include what? Risk and uncertainty. They're asking why. Then, evaluate the use of pest analysis in managing the risk and uncertainty surrounding the project. Right? Let's try to answer the first part. So now, when you have questions like this, now in your notepad, what I'm going to do? I'm going to quickly put 2 headings. What are they? First heading, risk and uncertainty. That's enough. You don't have to put a detailed heading. Or you say why risk and uncertainty. Then another heading. What is the other one? Use of pest in managing risk and uncertainty. And unlike writing it in a book, here you don't have to keep space and write. No, you can tab and go down. Isn't it? So first thing you do, of course, put the question number. right? Then the headings. What do you do next? After the heading, what do you do? Huh? Yeah, look at the marks and decide how much to allocate between the two. So it's about 14. So maybe equal, 5 and 6 or 6 and 5 would do, right? So pull on, better you just put that also, put a dash and put the number of marks next to that question, isn't it? Then you don't have to go back to the question. So if you put 6 marks, you need to write 6 solid points. When I say points, it is not bullet points. It is small paragraphs. 3 line, 4 line, 2 line sometimes. That's okay, depending on the, question, right? So 6 small paragraphs, 5 small paragraphs. Always ensure based on the number of marks, you have points in place. And never leave the paper without answering 100%. So this is where your time management comes into play. So how do you get that into your habit? Go home and practice this in your laptop. Don't use Word, use Notepad. Because in the exam, what you get is a platform with much lesser features than Notepad. If you use Word, it will be very easy. You'll get used to that. Whereas when you go to the exam, those features are not there. Understand? So use Notepad. Then you'll see the difficulty and all that. It has bold and underline, all that is there. Very basic ones. AK, when you do and see only, you will find the difficulties. The practicalities. If you get used to that, it's better. And you will be able to do it in the exam and save some time also. Minimum typing speed, 25 words per minute. Minimum for you to face an online exam. Right? More the merrier, higher the better. So work on that. Right? Just take a newspaper, take a paragraph, open Notepad and type. Right? Or think of your favorite topic, write an essay. But make it fast. That's the objective. Haridha. Grammar, does it matter in your answer? In your answer, does the grammar matter? He go to the shop. Does it matter? Tell me. Yeah, it does, but then it's like this. 10% here and there is okay. It's allowed. Allowed in the sense, okay, not everyone has the English background, so it's all right. Exactly, they know, right? But the thing is, you are doing a professional paper, so better to reduce as much as possible. But 10-15% is all right. Spellings, that is where a lot of students mess up because they have to go back, delete, make it right. Don't worry much and don't make too many mistakes also. Difficult words, right? It's all right. Let's say you are typing characterized. Then right? So then, see, the point is, if you keep on making mistakes, trying to delete, rewrite, that is where you will kill time. If you keep on typing, no problem. So it's all practice, guys. You need to get used to the keyboard. Keyboard එක බලාගෙන type කරන්න බෑ. You understand? So you keep on typing. That's the level of practice you should have. That's the benefit of working in a company or on your own in a laptop. You get used to it. So please do that, right? Okay. So can you quickly put the first heading? Why decisions must include consideration of risk and uncertainty. Can you quickly write four one-line answers? Now, in answering this, should you explain what risk and uncertainty is? What have I told you? I've told you something based on the marks you get. What have I told you? 5 and above. Not more than 5, 5 and above. What is the theory? Risk and uncertainty. It's an entire topic where we learn maximax, maximum, minimax, EV, isn't it? Even, NPV, all that falls under that. Evaluating, whether we are making positive or negative, right? So write 2 lines about that. Always make sure that you do that, huh? Anything 5 and above. So risk is about unknown outcomes, but you can attach a probability. Those words have to come in your answer. Uncertainties where the outcomes are also not known. Probability is also what? Not known. Right, quickly tell me. Why should they consider risk and uncertainty? Now, they brought in such as building a chocolate factory, meaning a new investment. So the question is, in essence, when you are making a new investment, why should you consider risk and uncertainty? Why? Number one, outcomes are unknown, isn't it? We won't know how things will turn out to be. So we need a lot of analysis, right? Number two, who is investing money? Who is investing? Shareholders. Will they want their money protected? Yes. If they are doing this, will they do risk and uncertainty analysis? Yes. Now we are acting on behalf of them. So should we do it on behalf of them? That's exactly what is happening here, right? They, as shareholders, will want to protect their money and make sufficient returns. So we acting as agents, right, or board of directors, have a responsibility to what? Ensure that their money is protected by doing such evaluations. So that's another point. Right, third point. Is the environment stable or dynamic? You have to see the environment here in the scenario. Stable or dynamic? Dynamic, meaning changing. In a changing environment, is it easy to forecast or difficult to forecast? Then should you consider risk and uncertainty? That's another point you need to write. Right, take 2 minutes. Give me two examples from the scenario. Now, all what we have been discussing is generic points. Give me two factors from the scenario that will help us in saying, risk and uncertainty is needed because of these factors. Give me two things.
They already have the cake factory where
Why did the cake factory fail?
they didn't do proper planning and the proposal.
No, ඒක මෙතනට ගේන්න බෑ. So then that means that's their problem. No? We have a good point. Now I told you අහුවෙනවා කියලා. They are talking about chocolate factory, not cake factory. Anything related to chocolate?
The price keeps on.
Demand is fluctuating. So if something is fluctuating, is it easy to plan or difficult to plan? Difficult. If it is difficult to plan, should you bring in risk and uncertainty analysis? That's certainly right. So the moment you bring in, you get 1 mark. Government tax imposing sugary products. What will that do to your product? If government increases tax on confectionaries, why? Because they want to stop people consuming it for health reasons, right? What will happen to your products? One, people will stop buying. So overall demand might fall. Number two, margin can drop. Why? Now you end up paying tax. Now this factor, is it within your control or not? It's not. You call it exogenous variables. I don't know whether you remember when we studied environmental analysis. Internal, external. Internal is within our control, right? If this bulb falls on the floor, we can fix another one. But if there's a thunder hitting this building, we can't do anything. This is also right. What? I mean, external factors, exogenous variables. Only you can counter it through, not counter, manage it through what? Risk and uncertainty analysis. So that's another one you can write. Tax implications. Then they talk about a conflict in cocoa growing region, isn't it? So if there's conflict, can you go and buy? Okay, not go and buy. Can you even ask them to send? You can't. Then your supply will get affected. If you don't have raw materials, then there's no finished good. When you bring in risk and uncertainty, you will look for what? Alternative suppliers. Price will also be a concern, you know. Not only war, you can talk about climatic conditions. Soil erosion. All that will affect, the output and hence the price of your raw material. Political, technical, yeah, put everything into one. But try to stick to what is mentioned in the scenario always. So when we say conflict, we are talking about political. Guys, look here. Now the last point I told you, climatic conditions and soil erosion. Haridhar, why are we writing that here? Why did we say climatic conditions, soil erosion will affect cocoa production? Hence, demand, price will fluctuate. Why did we write that? Because the question is about chocolate production. Now you understand why I told you why you should have business knowledge, business acumen. If we are writing an answer about hospital, will we write climatic condition and soil erosion? Hospital, now we have to talk about surgery, isn't it? ICU, ECU. So this local knowledge, specific knowledge is very important. You have to put yourself into that company. You have to immediately think, now I'm in the chocolate factory. What are my variables? Whom am I dealing with? How will my factory look? You understand? So you have to take yourself into that question. Very important. You live that. Then only the answer will bring that flavor. If not, what you will do is you will bring all generic words. Efficiency, effectiveness, do good, useless. You have to be very, very specific. And always remember to bring facts from the scenario and relate it here. Now, initially we said demand is something that fluctuates. So we need risk and uncertainty. How will the demand fluctuate? Climatic conditions, soil erosion, war, conflict, isn't it? All that is from what? Scenario. We didn't cook. So make sure that you always relate your answer to the scenario. Now, this is pure practice. You can't do it on the day of the exam. No, I will go and do the exam. I don't need practice. No, you can't do that. You get it? Only if you do lots and lots of questions, this practice will come into play. There are some students, by just reading once, they know what is going on and the whole content is in the head. Some have to read it twice, thrice. It is those students who needs a lot of practice. Now you will see, I have had, I have known people without going for APM classes, they have gotten the prize. Then you wonder what the hell is going on, isn't it? That is, the ability to grasp, right? So only very few can do that. So others we need to what? Practice, right? And there are some subjects which you will learn on your own, like numbers. Sometimes, for me it works. I don't need classes. For some people, theory. So depending on how it works for you, you should do a bit of practice. Right. So I hope you're more than the answer for me. You need to understand what's going on. You get it. Then it's easy, very easy to pass this paper. Now, what you have written is baby stuff now. Isn't it? This is not technical. Technical again, it's not rocket science. Now let's do the second part. Let's see how you're tackling that. Evaluate the use of pest analysis in managing the risk and uncertainty surrounding the project. Now, can you write 4 points? Pest analysis and write 4 points quickly. I'll give you 5 minutes. And I want to see your answer. Sagar, you also can type and share it. Economic, social, and technological. Sagar, you have anything answer? Right, so evaluate the use of pest in managing the risk and uncertainty surrounding the project. So here, you need to bring down the answer under different headings. Now, what are the political factors that is going to affect the project? Economic, social, technological. Understand? Depending on the amount of data that is there, you talk about. Now, if you take political, market price is affected by conflict and political uncertainty, right? So then you must consider these in your analysis, right? Then the tax, health concerns, those two will come in there. Economic, long-term interest rates can affect what? Investments. Your cost of capital will increase. And exchange rate, when you import, or when you're selling to foreign countries, your revenue is going to get affected, right? And then you can bring in the necessary hedging mechanisms to protect the currency fluctuations. And of course, the impact on your revenue and cost. Social factors, yeah. Now, the scenario says chocolate was considered to be a luxury product, isn't it? But now everybody's consuming. A lifestyle, right? Perception towards the product. That is one. Also, healthy eating, health conscious. That will affect the business. Yeah, good point. So Sagar says if that is going to be a concern, you include a sugar-free chocolate. Why did they shut down the cake factory? The return was less. So if the return is going to be low for chocolate factory in future, what should the management do? Shut down and do something else, isn't it? You can suggest that. If people are going to be more health conscious, if there's going to be conflict, exchange rate issues, I mean, you're getting hit, hammering from every side, then you can't do it. You can say then, they'll have to look for another business opportunity, like how they started the cake and shut it down. Maybe, look at something else. Technological factors. What will you talk under that? Huh? Very good. Genetically modified products. How will the acceptance be? Will we have the know-how? Nowadays, they're doing crazy things, isn't it? They're crossing two different types of mango trees and getting another different types of mango, God knows the long-term impacts. Right, now B part. Using the data in Appendix 1, explain which of the three options for the new chocolate factory would be preferred by the board and the new shareholders according to their risk appetites. Quickly. What will you do here? NPV of the three options discounted at SC's current cost of capital. Annual demand for chocolate bars is given. What do we do here? Which one? The board wants to minimize the opportunity cost of making the wrong decision about the size of the new chocolate factory. What does it mean? Maximax, maximin or minimax? Minimax, regret criteria. Isn't it? Quickly take down. The board wants to minimize. The board wants to minimize the regret of making the wrong decision. The minimax rule would be the appropriate method. The minimax rule would be the appropriate method. In this case, with the lowest maximum regret. Guys, now see, if you don't know maximin, God, you will wonder, they have given me a table, right? Not much of data. I don't have probabilities or any other data, do plus and minus, you'll be lost. Only when you know minimax regret, okay, but this is what applies here. Understand? Right, quickly do the table. Right, how do we do it? We compare the best with the worst, isn't it? So option 1, 50 million, how much do we put? That's the best option, isn't it? 0, no loss. Option 2, 50 million minus, you're making 4, you're losing 8. So minus 12, minus 36, minus 10, 0, 40, minus 11, minus 1, 0. Now look here. With option 1, the maximum loss is going to be 11. With option 2, 12. And with option 3, 40. So these are the maximum losses. From the maximum, we want the minimum. So what? Which option? Option 1. That's the answer. Take now. Option 1. Is the option with the lowest maximum regret. the option with the lowest maximum regret. And that would be the option preferred. And that would be the option preferred. By the board according to their risk appetite. A drawback of the minimax regret rule. A drawback of the minimax regret rule is that the probabilities of the outcomes are not considered. Next subtopic, new shareholders. We need to talk about them also. The new shareholders are keen to increase the long-term performance of the business and are prepared to accept a high level of risk. This means they will choose the option. They will choose the option with the maximum possible outcome. With the maximum possible outcome. Which option is that? Which option is that? Huh? Which is option 3. With a max NPV of 17 million. This is known as the Maximax rule. This also does not take into account the probabilities and tends to be over optimistic. It also ignores the fact that even risk seekers have a risk return trade-off. The last one. Using the data in Appendix 2, recommend which are the three options for the new chocolate factory risk neutral investor would choose. Explain any problems with the approach used to make the choice. Right. There are three different types of attitude towards risk. Risk seeker, risk averse, neutral. Risk seeker goes for maximax, best of the best. Risk averse go for what? Risk averse क्या लिखा उधर? Who is risk averse? Yeah, exactly. Low risk. They don't like risk. Isn't it? They don't like to take risk. What will they go for? Minimax, right? Risk neutral. No, they like to do a bit of calculation. Don't forget, they are the guys who go for expected values. Okay. So using the data in Appendix 2, recommend which of the three options for the new chocolate factory a risk neutral investor would choose, and explain any problems with the approach used to make the choice. Quickly do this. Apply the probabilities. Three, four, three. Hello. You guys want another one? No. Right, now in this, which option gives you the highest return? What is the outcome of option one? Expected value. I didn't put the pluses here. I just wanted to show the workings. Here, 0.3 into 0.3, so 3 plus 0.4 into 0.5, 0.3 into -2. Net is how much? 0.5. Second one. Two. Third one. 2.1. So this risk neutral, isn't it? They'll go for the highest expected value, which is 2 point. Huh?
Yes, sir. No.
Why?
0.4 to 0.1. From the second one. From option 3 below.
Make other.
No, here. Option second 0.1 to 1.5 just to leave. Down.
Make a RNA 0.4 into 1.5 and 0.5 into -2. Correct.
One.
Make other. All correct.
Not there.
Yeah. You take the question. -2, -1, -2. Or anything.
There no 0.5 problem.
Ah, yes. Okay. Yeah, okay. This one, no? -2, -1, -2. एक कहानी.
No, that is not.
Hmm.
That's not it.
Yeah. -0.3 into -2. Yeah. Make the answer 2.1. Yeah, okay. So take down below that. The risk neutral decision maker. The risk neutral decision maker. Investor would choose option 3. With an expected value of 2.1 million. Now, what is the problem with this expected value technique? Below that takedown. The decision have to be repeated what? Many times, isn't it? This does not appear to be the case at SC. This does not appear to be the case at SC. Which has made only one attempt. Which has made only one attempt at strategic expansion in the last several years. Next, determining the probabilities for cocoa prices. Is subjective. Right? Next, determining the payoff is also difficult. Determining the payoff is also difficult. When demand is subject to uncertainty. Next, decision based only on the first year's profit. Decision based only on the first year's profit is also not appropriate. And it should be based on the long-term view. And it should be based on the long-term view. Based on discounted cash flow. Investors are what type? Huh? Risk seekers. Should you use risk neutral for them? No, write that. That's the conclusion. Risk seekers go for maximax, not risk neutral. Now quickly read the next question. There's only one part that I want to do in that to make you understand on something. Yeah, stopness. Yeah, that one. I just shared in your group also. Can you quickly read that scenario? Done reading? Huh? Clear up on the scenario? Now, for this one, I will share a short answer, right? But I want you to do one part, the second one. I want to see how you are understanding this and what kind of answer that you will write. Okay, the second one, B part, discuss how the problems of defining the market and measuring the market share apply to S. I don't want to give you much info, but I'll give you 5 minutes, 4 marks, give me 4 solid points. Sagar, I want you also to write an answer and share. Let's see what you're doing. 4 marks, Kian, you have 6 minutes, 7 minutes. I'll give you that 7 minutes, write an answer, thinking that it is an exam. Okay, this is a super question, na? Difficult to understand, right? Now, typical APM question, right? Stokes is developing hydrogen fuel cells for using vehicles. Normally, vehicles are powered by what? Petrol, diesel, isn't it? Right? So they are coming up with a new energy source. Right now, look at the question. Na? Discuss how the problem of defining the market, in measuring a market share apply for S. Just 4 marks. What is the market share of dialogue? How will you get about that? Dialogue is in the mobile industry. So what is the market share of dialogue? Take all the mobile companies. Total will be the market size definition. From that, how many customers belong to Dialog? So X divided by total X is Dialog's market share. Very simple. Now, methanol, the issue is what? Hydrogen fuel cells is what? Something new. And now, how do we define a market share for these guys? When they have a new product, entirely a new product, because for that product, there is no market size. You understand? Super question, no? Right? Let me share the answer for this with you. This is what I have written in shortened form, right? Check your WhatsApp. Currently, there is no market share, hence a market share cannot be what? Assessed. Okay. But we have to get about that problem in somehow, right? Firstly, we need to decide what products constitute a market, and then based on that, right, we make a calculation, right, about our market share. Based on the above, few options are available. As we can observe, there are several substitutes for Stokeness products. The range of the competitors should be selected carefully, though some of the products do not fall into the low carbon category. The improvements done by the manufacturers will push them to be recognized as environmentally friendly products, ultimately making them a competitor of S. So that is one way to define the market, isn't it? Low carbon emission, hence environment friendly source, energy source, right? Further, the stage of their life cycle will also make it difficult to measure the size of the market of the specific supplier. In addition, once a vehicle manufacturer accepts a specific engine with developed capabilities which are thought to be more carbon efficient, those products will also fall into the same market, right? Accordingly, these factors will make it complex to define the market and the market share of S, right? Market share should be calculated by considering S revenue in fuel cell market over the total revenue generated by the fuel cells market. Fuel cells compared to all alternative energy sources is another option, right? Board needs to decide how they should look at this definition. Coming back to dialogue, if you say communication or a telephone, landline, that also you can take. Email also you can take. I'm taking a very broad example. So telephone, email, mobile. Of this, what is dialogue share? That is one way to look at it. Or is it only mobile? Now we can go only mobile because that is more, prominent. Neither. So they also have the same problem here. Right? Now see the way we are approaching the answer. So these are very tricky questions that you need to look at. So Sagar also has given a suggestion. Stokeness hydrogen fuel cell divided by total hydrogen fuel cells in the market. But the problem is no one else is manufacturing this. But that's an option. Or hydrogen fuel cell divided by total number of buses and trucks with all kinds of fuel. That's the thing. You need to define it properly. Otherwise, when you say 10% market share, you don't know where it's coming from. Ekat, you have to write in your answer, because that's the question. No? How the problem of defining the market in measuring a market share apply for S? Super question. No? You have to be a bit smart to understand this. It's not difficult, but in this scenario, that is why I told you, you need to have a bit of understanding about the industry. Now, Methanol, they are coming up with white chocolate. No one else is manufacturing white chocolate. So what is your market share? 100%? No. White chocolate in comparison to confectionery, or white chocolate in comparison to dark chocolate, or white chocolate in comparison to the normal chocolate, or is it all chocolate versus white chocolate? You understand? Right? Now, these are things that we don't learn in class in specific. But these are things that is part of what? Business. And we learn business. So you have to be prepared to answer if you get a question like this as well. Okay. Right. Let's take a break and come back.
So I've been doing that for 2, 3 years. So yeah, kind of like all everything. Yeah. I don't need to think and this thing when the it is kind of a different department and all regulatory procedures even means and reporting procedures, everything is different. Because of laws and regulations. No, no, it's not like that. It's a unit which the SRL they outsource their job. They are a big client also. They have like so many clients. People for that. They conduct team meetings and tasks, progress and so on. Yeah. Yeah, in a way, yeah, that's why what I can study and revise it after coming back from, but even though I don't feel physical tired, mentally I'm tired. But you can study the books. Yeah, yeah. That I can get movies. No. I can, but don't think from your reality. I'm going to only take this. Yeah. So if I am going to take more leaves, they will deduct from the salary. That's fine, but I'm thinking whether they will allow me because I have just joined. 2 weeks feel like I will lose all the attention. Yeah, and problems there. So maybe maximum 8 weeks. Yeah, and also I thought the worst part is I need to go to the office. I also work from I can't request on the 1 month or 2 days. Then you can at least sit and study. What about your mission? I have to start. It's not easy, but from this week, I'm planning to see the lead. Yeah, I saw a video. You could have also seen that. Yeah. From the field. And if they conduct that practice to pass. They like shared a plan, 45-day plan, but we have only 30 days left. Yeah, but that makes sense because what they told is that this one my the famous lecture they would like to allocate at least minimum 4 or 5 hours per day. That's so much. But they told us to do at least 15, 21 deep type questions, plus along with content revision.
Deep questions meaning
Section B question.
option.
Yeah. So every day for, I think, something, content plus deep dive question, and we do that question compared. Then section E question for the rest of the day.
It's for 2 weeks, so that's a 6 week planning, 45 days.
Yeah, so it's like, but we have to like, I think we may need to do 2 deep dive questions in 1 day. And one will take, I think, 45 minutes. And the review will take at least, minimum, maximum 1 hour, I guess.
Reviewers say like to remember the suggested.
Yeah, songs, and we take time and
Yeah.
just reading note that pages.
It's very tricky.
I have booked the exam, but I'm thinking, I don't want to go postpone it as well. I will keep on doing this.
I have no option.
Yeah.
Optional papers. We can only postpone us. For exam sessions, I think apply this next month. This month now it's come to the absolute cost. How did you go directly or through EPM? I mean, if you did get that 20 pound credit
Yeah,
here.
that's what
See this, this said like, if you look through EPIM, you get a 20 pound credit if you attempt to be.
even if we book first, then we will get. Yeah, but right after we finish the exam, even if we fail, we will get the 20 mark. I got that for last exams as well.
But it goes to your next exam, no?
Yeah, it will be in there.
Whatever, it's like a positive figure, which gets.
Yeah.
When did you go to class 3?
3, 4 days. I thought, because I thought I will try and I will decide on the 4th of March. It won't work. I won't study until that day, so that's why that should be.
Yeah. But you can still withdraw.
Yeah, that's what I, yesterday, I was drained out, and the thing is, I need to ask help from people. So, they don't have much of that, more than 9 or 5 minutes. They don't even ask me to do, but work is in the middle, if I just,
Yeah. That you need is 15.
but for this paper, like, it's kind of not, it's not rocket science as I said always, but it's kind of tricky and
It is tricky. That's what I Yeah, so I did it twice. Both times, I think first attempt I got 47 or 48 marks. I missed 2 marks. But there again, like the insurance said, you have to complete it if you like missed a question or whatever. So I think I ran fine. If I had just completed like a few more sentences, maybe I would have pushed. Second attempt, it was worse. It was like 45 or 46 minutes.
right.
I was so broke. 2 attempts, both the same paper. It was worse the second time. So after that also I just got a little disheartened and I didn't go to attempt again. So again, try.
Very strong. If it is 30, 25 marks, then we won't be upset.
But when it comes to those, you feel like, I should have just. I remember also that first time it was paper based. That's how long ago it was. It was paper based and it was just that last question I was writing and I read out. And it was a relatively easy paper. It wasn't very like, when I saw the questions, it wasn't so complicated. And now because it's computer based, it might be slightly better.
Yeah. If you're good at typing,
Typing, you might be able to. That was that.
so, did you study for more than a month last semester?
I was at Ernst & Young, so I got about, like 2 weeks from the annual leave. And on and off over the weekends, I would study, like not really weekends, not much work, but weekends I would study and when I got my annual leave, I just sat down and properly focused and studied. Still not enough to me.
At least like discipline is, we don't even have that time. At least we could have started it. But the one good thing is I noticed the content is not so much.
Yeah. Because we don't have A-plans or sections, but the earlier we used to have more chapters and all, now I think probably if you go to see, it's only 12 chapters. And out of the 12 chapters, like some areas are more,
It's smaller.
it's like smaller areas, and also like you know which the critical areas, like the financial performance indicators, like financial, so those you need to be like really focused.
I think we can cover the content easily, but the practice and these
Practice and just looking at questions and seeing the questions you get from answer. You see that equation is so like tricky.
Yeah.
To define the market. And that's just like market knowledge, right? Industry knowledge, nothing to do with what we have learned. It's the whole concept.
Your plan, like I saw that there is a division from like this one has. It will start with my phone and so the old one will like
This is online.
it's called the fees division.
Fees.
Because SBI started on like the right on the day of deadline and I joined their revision course and I passed because of their guidance on it. So they teach very well.
Lecture is
This one. I share the fees
this.
yeah, because if you text them, they will
And you do the.
yeah, they will add
You need to pay.
yeah, distribution of fee. Extent in last. $16. Yeah, but will be worth I think because for SPL, I around this like $100 or something. That $100 saved my that whole exam fee. I should say that.
Because you pass.
Because of
This
this,
is SBA.
yeah, SPL.
Yeah. That is extremely good. Just a little. You have attended SBA.
SPL.
So both are done.
Yeah. Which we can share the details of the condition. There is a document. They will also like select the questions based on the importance and some questions are like important, the repeating patterns. So they will ask us to do that particular questions to practice with.
That's why I'm doing one home, so I don't think it's
I know even I watched the recordings last 2 weeks. My recordings even this voice.
You can hear, no, like the muffled sound in the background. But sometimes you hear like a girl talk. There's a girl, sometimes like just in the middle room.
Yeah.
Her voice is very clear on the recordings. This one is like a muffled up in the background. It's easy for me to do online. I can sit in my room and quietly listen, but not revision.
Yeah, that's true because when sir he was taught like the answer at home.
Yeah.
We wrote to
I never attempt any of the questions he said. I'm like, okay, I'm going to give the answer eventually. So I just sit there.
very kind of
Like, okay, I think for the sound of the kids, because he's a one or two answers I give and I just sit there. Sometimes I need it's on my phone. I listen on my phone. It's large enough. I just like sometimes I go to make a coffee. Like a glass and start and I'm still making coffee. But today I came because revision and also electricity cut. You know,
I didn't came here for this. I didn't no because I went to my hometown. So even but I don't even prefer this on live session because one time I joined there were so many problems. Class was interrupted so many times. So I prefer to watch the recorded process or the I can increase the speed and all also.
yeah. Just like hints, like what kind of questions will come. And I say, a few topics and study. I can feel like what kind of areas.
Yeah, but when those several transfer pricing and this budget, those are like key areas. But when he was teaching, we don't know that if the amount of marks which will be covered by that particular area, he told it. Transfer pricing and all, I came physical, he told it.
He said it's a very important area, but for this session, what kind of areas will come up? Like over the previous exams.
Yeah, it's those kind of patterns like master class that they will like
They really teach you.
yeah. What it is
When are the classes?
the registration is open on Monday. So I guess they will start after the fifth. I guess because for SBI they were scheduled like twice a week or something. I can't remember. Weekdays. But few classes were live contests. Related. The class is very interesting. The way they teach. It's not boring at all. You will never walk to make coffee. So their technique is like. You can just watch the recordings in the YouTube, so you can have an idea how they teach. So I go to join meetings, but it's a little bit expensive, but can't do much. This video joining what? 8 weeks.
Sensation. They would have started already.
Yeah.
For the March.
Yeah, it's just started, but I thought, anyway, I won't start it at that. Giving like, they're busy with us, so to join later and watch the
June session.
I thought to sit in
But then I assume they will get started
Yeah.
something early.
But if I join in the middle and.
Yeah, try to catch up with the election. But it's what is. It's then. Not too late. I'll just. I already, not that into the way, I joined the last of agents.
Yeah, okay, now read the next question, the long one. What is the name of that question? Company name?
Yeah.
Shivan. Okay, read this question now. Right, done reading? Okay, now this is a 50-mark question. Remember, 50-mark question is normally something, you have to spend how long? 3 hours, okay, how long should you spend for 50 marks? 1.5 hours. Normally, students end up spending 2 hours. Then what happens? For the other two, you have only 1 hour. For the other two, you should have 45 minutes. Now you have only half an hour. The problem is, earlier, the content used to be a little too much, but now they have reduced it a lot. So that will help you, because when there's a lot of content, you have to keep on reading also to understand, right? Now, if you see this 20 marks, now you will be putting the subheading. No? What is the subheading? These are the headings, right? In shortened form. Ekatteka, you put the time also. Then it's in front of you, you are seeing it. This is the amount of time that I can spend. Very important. And don't exceed that. If the time is over for that part, go to the second one. Right? Don't stay in that tank because they are the fish all you have caught, only one or two. So no point. Right? The marks. Right. Underline the word report. In the new format, APM will say 50 mark question, 40 marks, but 10 marks for what? Professional skills like communication, business acumen, right? Now, the word report relates to communication. When you say report, there's a particular format, right, in which you need to write the answer. So I'll just show it in a, of course, it's a notepad, not Excel, but I'll just show it here, right? So when you say report, there's a way to write it. So from date, subject. To whom are you writing the report? And who are you? Date kya namu exam date. Don't go and put right whatever date that you like, right? So put the exam date. So they say write a report to board of chief. So you have to say board of directors of Shiva. From who are you? Did they tell you who you are? What? Did they give you a name like performance management expert, strategic management accountant? Never note කරන්න ඕනේ. ටක් දාලා underline කරන්න ඕනේ if it is there. So if they have not mentioned anything, you just say strategic management accountant. All right. Then date, okay, exam date, whatever. Subject. Subject කියන්නේ just a small one-line headline, right, as to what this report is all about. Now, if you see, they're talking about performance report. Yeah, measures, yeah, performance. So subject, give me a decent name for the heading. What kind of heading can we use? Performance issues.
Can present to both the trustees with the performance issues to the last.
Okay, that's fine. Performance issues at sea. Right, so something like that. Okay. Right, now what is the next thing you do? What is the next thing we do in a report? Now don't forget this, you have to practice this in the exam. You have to write an introduction paragraph. Right? Put the heading introduction. How many lines should you write for the introduction paragraph? I have seen students writing one full page. In APM, never repeat the question in your answer. What I showed you like this, that first paragraph. Don't say what they're doing now. No need. Directly jump into what? The answer. Okay. In the introduction paragraph, what you're going to say is a summary of these 4 questions, because it is what it is, these 4 things that you're going to write about. So I'll give you a example. I think you practice, you follow that. All right, take down. This report is commissioned towards the board of C. In your answer, every time you want to talk Shiven, you can put the capital C, yeah? So you don't need to write it fully like NPV, but make sure it is capital C. This report is commissioned towards the board of C. And it evaluates the performance report in Appendix 1. And uses the Appendix 1 to recommend it evaluates the performance report in Appendix 1. And uses the Appendix 1 to recommend new performance measures full stop. Come again? Yeah. Of course. Very important. Put introduction and underline that. Full stop and then continue. Advise on performance measures. The report includes advice on performance measures. The report includes advice on performance measures when using value chain. And finally, includes information on big data, impact on information system, including risks and challenges. How many lines? 5, 6 max, isn't it? What did we do? These questions are things that we are supposed to do for the board. So we have said we have done this. So in an introduction, board knows what is inside the report, like an executive summary. All right, done. Now heading number 1, evaluation of the performance report. Look here, guys. So we gave the introduction. Now we are going to answer the first part. Haridha. So put the first heading, then put the second heading and all the headings. Right? The biggest advantage in this online exam is you can just put the heading and write and then go up and down. Isn't it? There's enough space, unlike a paper. Paper you can't adjust, no, right? So put the headings, keep on adding the content. You don't now, those day students will ask me, sir, can I answer the second part first and then go to the first one? Now you don't need to ask me that. Isn't it? Because you just need to put the headings and answer in whatever the order that you want. Right? So 1, 2, 3, 4. At the end, look here. 1, 2, 3, 4. At the end, what do we do? Now we have written the answer for all 4. Now what do we do? Conclusion and recommendation. Illuvanang vitarai. Only if they ask. Now in this, did they ask? No. There are certain questions which will require a conclusion and recommendation. There are instances where no. In this also they have an ask. So then what do? You have to write like this. Huh? SIGNED, signed. Right? Don't put your beautiful signatures. Or you wrote from strategic management accountant. That you write SMA. That guy only has to sign, no? So whatever the name you put on top, put it there. That means, okay, this is the end of the report. No, there are marks. So remember, if they say report, follow the format. They will say report, follow the format. No marks. Yeah, of course. Signing has to be there. That's the last part. Okay. Conclusion, recommendation, Tibbat, Natak, you have to sign. Clear? 2 from date, subject, introduction, headings, finally, close with sign. Done. Now I'll come to this. Evaluate the performance report in appendix 1. Remember we did a question. Now they have given a performance report. Normally, there used to be a big mistake by students. They go and do what? Ratio analysis. Right? Evaluate the performance report in appendix 1 as requested. Now, what did she request? Second paragraph. She wants a detailed evaluation of the current performance report, which is used by the board for its annual review of the business. Right? HRI. She wants this task split into 2 parts. First, evaluate the existing set of measures and their presentation, and then second, add 3 new measures. That is for the second part. Haridha. So our job is now evaluate the performance report. Guys, evaluate the performance report and evaluate the performance are 2 different things. If they tell you to evaluate the performance, you do ratio analysis and all these analysis and tell whether they have done good or bad. If they say evaluate the performance report, whether report is good or bad. Understand? Now, in going to say whether this report is good or bad, first you need to mention the company's vision, because the report has to support what? The achievement of the vision. Understand? Take down. I'll give it in shortened form. What is their mission? To become the largest clothing retailer in Beeland. To become the largest clothing retailer in Beeland. But there's no measure to measure this, isn't it? Look at the report. To become the largest clothing retailer, do they have a measure here? Nothing is there. So mention that. No measure. And without benchmarking data, you won't know this, isn't it? Dialogue should have the subscriber base of others to say whether they are the largest or not. Relative market share, not your market share, relative market share. Another objective, deliver exceptional value to its shareholders. Deliver exceptional value to its shareholders. They have EVA, right? Then they have ROC. They have EPS, trend in EPS. All that will help them, isn't it? That's a positive point. You can say deliver exceptional value to its shareholders can be measured through EVA, ROCE, and trend in EPS, earnings per share. Then they're talking about sub-objectives. What are those? Quickly tell me. Sub-objectives. What I have highlighted. Maximize opportunities from new technology. Next. Leander. Maximize opportunities from new technology. Increasing web presence. Simplifying supply chain. And making use of big data for web sales. So you must say whether these are also captured by the performance report, because these are objectives, isn't it? Objectives need to be what? Measured through KPIs. If not, you won't know whether you will achieve it or not. Right. Below that, one after the other. Now, if you look at this performance report, we don't have external data, isn't it? So number one, lack of external information. Explain කරලා ලියන්න. හරිද? Why you need external data? 2 to 3 lines would do. Lack of forward-looking information, forecast. Lack of budgets. Lack of budgets and variance, both you can say. Too much of financial data. No non-financials. No structured approach in this report, isn't it? No headings, no categories, right? You can say that. No headings and categories. Then lack of historic trends. Growth, decline, we don't know what has been happening. Guys, look at that number of accidents in stores. Make a. Average queuing time for customers. Average time between customer entry and employee greeting. Inventory obsolescence. Do you put those in a strategic report? Will your chairman want to know what is the queuing time? Now, with the option to drill down, but it should not be part of the main report. Take down. Some indicators maybe. Too operational for a strategic report. Now, are there measures to look at the sub-objectives? This web presence, supply chain, no, isn't it? So mention that. Now, this is good information. Operating profit margin based on the region. So that is useful, isn't it? Because you can decide whether to continue in a particular region or not. You can talk about the good also, not only the bads. Let's be a bit positive also, right? Another big problem, did I say competitor data? Very important, isn't it? Lack of competitor data. Enough, right? I think we have written a lot. Okay. Right, moving to the second one. Using the data in Appendix 1, recommend with appropriate calculations and justification 3 new performance measures for C as requested. Now, what is she requesting? Add 3 new measures which you believe address key issues for the business but are not currently on the report. She has stated that the report does not need a commentary as she and the finance director talk through the report in detail with the board. A ratio. She does not want you to do that, where the figures have gone up and down and all that. No need for that. So 3 measures, which is not there currently, but which is important. I'll give you 5 minutes. Think and tell me. Tell me, what kind of measures can you calculate?
Proportion of vegetables.
Proportion of,
Vegetables.
okay, what else? Things that will help them to improve the business. Huh? Proportion of web sales. Do you have data?
They don't have.
You have to do with what they have given here. Calculate kala pennanta one. You can do revenue per square meter. Not you are wasting time. Revenue per employee. Operating profit deal තියෙනවද නෑනේ. තියෙනවා. The percentages are given, right?
Yeah.
What is the operating profit for 2018? Here. How much? That is a percentage. So 2632 into 16.5%. That will give you the operating profit. Divided by the area, you will get operating profit per square meter. Yeah, I just shared the measures on your WhatsApp. Now here I have put about 7. Nah? Please stick to what they tell you. Huh? If they say 3, do 3. Don't go to do 4 if you won't get marks. These are all examiner's instructions. Follow that. Total inventory value. This you can. Yeah, can. The other inventory value is not there, no, for us to compare it with the written off. You have to present it as a percentage. Shall we move to the next one? You can check if my answer is correct later. Okay. Right. Third one, advice. Now, this is another good question. No? Advice on appropriate performance measures and systems for C when using the value chain approach to simplify the supply chain. So they have given what value chain is. We know, no, right? Now the company is going to use value chain approach to simplify the supply chain. Supply chain can from start to end. From the time you start sourcing the raw materials from your supplier up until the product reaches the customer. All activities involved in between are part of the supply chain. So they're going to do it using the value chain. So when you do this, right? When you do this, what are the performance measures and systems, right, that you should use? Now go back to the paragraph. The paragraph one before the last. The board had decided to use the value chain as a business integration tool. CEO has provided a copy, okay, which was discussed the last board meeting. She believes the further improvements in Shivan's performance can be achieved through simplification of supply chain. Yes, CEO believes that this has implications for the performance measurement and information system at C and wants your report to address this as well. How many marks? Now, what is the first thing? Should you say what value chain is? Right. Tagalian, what is value chain? Risks and challenges, GDPR. So number one, cost of developing and maintaining the information system. Number two, risks with storing of personal data. Number three, incomplete information from decision making. Incomplete information for decision making. Sometimes data may be incomplete. For risk of failure, so system failure, risk of system failure. Next is you can have data, but then that data has to be good data, isn't it? Next, good data required to aid decision making. And next one, data can become out of date. Very quickly. Right. Now, how do you feel? Is it heavy? A little. First time? Right. So that's the thing. You have to get used to it. Right? You have to do more and more questions. Then it becomes a little easy. Now, next week, I will do questions on EVA. So please go through and come. EVA and that chapter, related areas. Right? Because those are quite important. EVN, probably transfer pricing, I might touch. That's why even transfer pricing, I did it at the end. Otherwise, you'll forget if I do it at the beginning. And if there are any particular areas you want me to discuss, please let me know. I'll bring some questions from those also. Because in APM, or ekak target karla madi, And it's very difficult to do question spotting. You should not do that. Like thinking that this will come when you're studying that, you should not do that. You have to be prepared to bat in all sides, all balls. Okay, thank you. See you next week.